Alright, gamers, how we doing? Short starting soon this time because I started a little bit late. In my defense, it was because of I guess three things. Hang on, let's get me up on screen while I explain my way through this. So, thing one, perhaps the most important thing. Yeah, I'm getting to it, Kevin. I kind of feel very meh today, so we're keeping it low-key. Yes, Kevin, I am prioritizing my physical and mental health. Yes. I'm feeling kind of meh today, so we're taking it easy. But thing two, Windows updates are awful, and when you do a driver update and then a Windows update, and it just kind of messes with all your settings, it's just actively the worst. Yes, Kevin, I'm explaining. And then, thing three, perhaps the most influential thing, is I chose to listen to the new My Chemical Romance song about 3 more times before starting stream. So, like, all of those things equally were reasonable. It's not my fault. How you guys doing? It's good to see all you. J-Bridge, Priz, Reckless Monster, Scroll, New Mexaben, Sinju, Human Hybrid, Chimpy, Control. Yes, Chimpy, I did get a Perceiver. It performed okay. If I get a better one, I'll feel more, like, jazzed about it. If I get a Volatile or better Cryo one, I'll give it another shot. Hey, Matt.
Though anyone knew, Quag is one of the best Theo-Wick-off-twos in the community. Hestuef's not a YouTube. Theo are two YouTubers whose wilds on this game should be taken as gospel, Quag and Lazy Data, at least as far buwing and quanking oop the damage is concerned. These two own a hefty new lieu of WoW Wickouts in BL3, some of which simply can't be broken because they did it as Kakuya in the best way possibly. If Quag says it's not a big deal, it's not a big deal.
Text-to-speech gonna do that.
Anyone knew, Quag is one of the best Theo White-off
in the community.
He's just not a huge YouTuber. The way are two YouTubers whose WOWs on this game should be taken as gospel, Quag and Lazy Data, at least as foul boo-eating and sea-wanking you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Matt, for the 500 bits. I know I should eventually fix the double text-to-speech thing, but it really is just too entertaining. Like, it's a happy accident. It's too early for this shit. I suppose it is. Thank you for the 1 bit as well, David. Doing Plow today? Well, I hope your day turns around, Chippy. I hope it turns around for you. So. I was playing Remnant yesterday. Great game, by the way. But the only way I was able to blackmail Priz into destroying his sleep schedule to also play, so we could play 2 of the most fun bosses I've ever fought in gaming, because that game is amazing. I agreed that I'd use the gun that I bitch about. Khan! God damn it. I hate that fucking gun. But I need to farm for copies of it so I can, you know, at least have the best possible one of the bad item. Also, I want Carousers and Envies for a couple builds I'm sciencing out. I want Skeet Prods too. And I want to... you guys remember the Great Bow one-shots I did? Each of the... on each of the aspect bosses. I want to revisit those, but instead of using an unused Great Bow, I want to do it with a used Great Bow this time. Now, in my casual play, I've gotten a used Great Bow to 4-tap the blue and yellow raid bosses, which means this is definitely possible. So, I'm going to be min-maxing around that while we farm sniper rifles. Of course, as always, I take good sawmills as I find them. I am still on the lookout for high mag times 2s for some memes. But basically, we're just hitting the sniper bunny. There's no sniper that it can drop that I don't want to take a look at today. And I figured that'd be a good opportunity to farm, because I don't always have my goals lined up like that. So, let's do the thing. First, I might have to do some inventory management. Hey Al, how you doing? We transfer stuff via crossplay? Yeah, that's the thing you can do. Okay, 69 out of 70, nice. This 8-piece from yesterday is still in the vendor. And 509 out of 510. Alright, after this run I'll have to go do some inventory management. I do have a mule that's only like half full at the moment. So, shouldn't be too bad. I have both of these great bows on me. Oh yeah, I grabbed a, this ring from one of my other characters. Gun damage, action skill duration, sniper crit on a championship ring. Championship ring, post-nerf, is still really, really good. So, yeah, we're going with that. 50% is big. Inventory management, you? Yes. I don't know if you want to mind. No thank you, Rose, but I appreciate it. How am I today? I'm doing very well. Doing very well. Look good, you spam the hell out of me to join their Xbox party. I don't want to block them, so like 12, and question me every time I say don't join their party. Just block them. Why do I have Blizzard on? Oh yeah, I was doing Gloop. The reason why you block there is because they're never going to learn how to respect people's boundaries if they don't look and, you know, do that bit of introspection. Like, hey, why am I not being responded to? Learning boundaries is important. Don't have to be a dick about it, but just, you know, there's a lesson in that. So I was outside this morning, and of course I got swarmed by a bunch of gnats, so now I'm just itchy. Eee. Okay. So for Gloop, it shouldn't be hard to get it below 4 shots. I was thinking about running a Deuce's Visage instead of a triple amp, but I only get 50% more amp and I lose this enchantment, so that's not really the play. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. Good job. You're catting successfully. Better rings. Like, this ring isn't doing anything for the sniper one-shot, so maybe a better gun damage Sharksbane, at least volatile, with the sniper friendly passive would help. Maybe it could get an amulet with all damage would help. I don't know why I have a fortifying sigil on. Gotta love the outside. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely need a rebalance of the outside. Read the patch notes for the latest update. Nope, send it back. It's too hot. So, let's talk about this gun I'm using right now. It's getting a lot of attention right now, which I think makes this the perfect time to delve into it more. I've been standing this gun for a while. Lazy did some really good gameplay with it yesterday. And basically this is the used antique great bow. Now the antique great bow is a gun that breaks after one shot and becomes the used variant. And it loses 90% of its damage. But the thing is, after that 90% damage loss, it is still one of the highest damaging and highest DPS weapons in the entire game. Not just among sniper rifles, among guns, period. So I'm using the used variant right now, and you see with this setup, which is not particularly stacked on damage formula, is it just casually hitting, you know, 6 figures with this supposedly joke weapon. And the thing about this is it's 7 projectiles, so it triggers on-hit effects a lot. It's 776 damage per projectile, which individually is still higher than most guns. It's got fixed parts and no enchantment, which means you do not have to worry about part variance at all for this item. Every single one of the same chaos tier and level looks exactly the same. The only thing that changes is the element, and this is the easiest weapon to farm in the entire game because you can get any great bow, any unused antique great bow, chaos tier does not matter, and you can get them on any chaos level you want, and then just flip it to 35 and shoot all of your great bows, and they all have a chance to roll to primordial. This poison one I have in my inventory rolled from a normal to a primordial live on stream. So it's very feasible. So not only can you get the strongest sniper rifle in the game that can be played like a shotgun, and can one-shot raid bosses, you can get it easy, but like, you can just use this to gear as well. Like, this gun does so many things. It's got a high dot chance. Remember, this chance is per projectile, so you almost always get a dot shooting this thing. It's worth mentioning, because you get 7 chances of 23%. That's pretty good. Additionally, it's a Hyperius weapon, so it does have that ADS ward, so you can use this thing for survivability if you choose to use the scope. And on top of that, it's got the best crit formula out of any gun in the game. So you see this 21% card crit. Card crit goes in its own category of the crit formula. Now, Great Bow has the second highest card crit, only behind the Masterwork Handbow. Any gun that has this 21% card crit is second to the Handbow. But there's other parts of the crit formula. Sniper rifles get their own inherent boost. This is a sniper rifle. Black Powder and Hyperius weapons both get their own inherent boost as well, separate part of the formula. This is a Hyperius sniper rifle with a card crit. So, it's just got insane damage formula. It's only 2 ammo per shot, 15 mag, almost a 1 fire rate without boosts. Like, this is just... Remember in Borderlands 3 how people were wanting sniper rifles that weren't, say, the Sandhawk, Skullmasher, complex route to be relevant? They wanted more traditional, hey, you click once, it shoots one enemy and they die type snipers? Well, that's this. That is this gun. And it can roll in all elements. It has crossbolts, which definitely mechanically relevant. Means if something survives their first shot, they're going to take even more from the second. Additionally, the way raid boss sigils, their weak spots, work is crossbolts and saw blades do more damage to them. So this gun is arguably the most versatile gun in the entire game. We use Great Bow killing, we sure are, Stump. I request a random pasta, it's a channel points redemption thing. Just go into the channel points menu. Hey Borbatron, having an incredibly difficult time with Chaos 28, Metallic Dragon Boy, Vorkanar. Got a Chaotic Corrosive Sword Explosion from farming normal Chaos Run, any other tips beyond that? Are you having trouble meeting the damage check? Is it just taking a while, or are you dying? Because those would be separate problems. Nice dot. I'm gonna grab this ammo capacity upgrade. Just because we're trying some shit. both dying 2-3 times, also taking quite a long time. So the dying thing is not something that your gear is going to change. Simple as that. You gotta learn the mechanics of the boss so as to not get hit. Because getting more damage will not make you take less damage. Unless you get enough to kill the boss before it can attack you at all, which is a huge threshold to clear. So, the way the Vorkanar fight kind of flows is you're spending a lot of time strafing left. If you strafe left slowly, then the rotating fire can't touch you, and you only have to worry about the more infrequent attacks that the boss does. The boss will do a spin attack where it spins to the right, which means you need to start moving to the right instead of the left if you want to avoid it. You just want to stay on the boss's backside during that, the one where he rears his head and breathes fire. Yeah, you want to start rotating the other direction, which means you're going to have to start jumping to avoid the fire. And then he's got a ranged attack, which you just kind of need to look up, look for the projectiles, and dodge them, obviously while not stepping into the fire too much. Now, the rotating fire doesn't do that much damage, so you can afford to take a couple ticks of it as long as you got a decent ward. But if you don't, then it eats your health bar. As for it taking a while, make sure you're taking advantage of the crit spots. The glowing orbs along the side of Vorkanar's neck are crit spots. Once you've destroyed them all, you don't have that advantage anymore. But if you get him into his second phase, where you plant the bomb on him, the spot where the bomb was becomes a new crit spot, because you can see the operator of the dragon. It'll be a guy operating some controls. And shooting that guy is his new crit spot at that point.
To make that mistake again.
You can see the guy to know that? Yeah. Got down pretty good, so you know Arvins always get me. Those are freaking irritating. It's worth keeping a weapon to deal with them if you are getting hit by those. White Rider works great for that because it locks on. Obviously, the element matchup there isn't the most favorable, but I tend to keep a White Rider for them if they become a problem. Once again, sigils are also your friend, sigil spells. You can plant a fortifying sigil down, and not only will it cover most of the Vorkanar arena, but it'll heal you through any chip damage you happen to take. It'll block the projectiles from the wyverns that are giving you trouble. And it'll give you damage while you're inside. I like how like 50% of my boss advice for most bosses in this game is, hey, have you tried a sigil? But I think that's a good thing. Sigils are just really good and very overlooked. That was a fast room. Did I know about the little guy driving Vorkanar? Yeah. There's a lot going on in the fight and a lot of visual effects, so, like, it can be hard to just look up. And that's all you gotta do to see the guy. You gotta look up. Wait for my cooldown. But how's everybody's weekend going so far? It's definitely a low energy Saturday for me, but I hope you all are happy, healthy, safe, etc.
Ready to cast.
fine. Maybe. Well, no. Oh, I had over there. Whatever, do over. I took a hit at the end of the first phase I didn't want to take. I want to go into phase 2 with full health, because that enchantment that I lose from not having full health is an annoyingly large part of my damage formula. Low energy here too, we just vibing? Yeah, one of those days for sure. I do forget often that you actually want to aim for the crit spot on this multi-class combo. Because Headhunter. GG. Much cleaner. Hey, Corded Empathy, how you doing? I have low energy right now, have to go move shit. I feel you. Hopefully you can muster up the strength. Amp Caustic Twin Soul. Not a bad enchantment on that combo. So, like, hear me out. How's the dot from Cleansing Flames? Like, the fire part. Yeah, it's a stupid question. I know the answer. But, like, what if? It's not bad? Really? Huh. How you doing, Zen? Good, dude. How are you? Low energy Saturday today, but can't complain too much. Start my phlebotomy class today? Ooh. I have a lot of respect for good phlebotomists. As someone with, you know, chronic health stuff, I got a fair amount of blood work done, and I can definitely vouch for the value of a good one. Okay, let's see how many shots it'll take to do Gloop from full health. Like, I won't touch it. I should put on another gun to apply Soaked. Let me... Do I have my Heck Waiter? Where's my Heck Waiter? There's my Heck Waiter. Or should I just use Pookies? No, I'll use Heck Waiter because it'll do less damage. It's not good, but it's not bad. That's a decent starting point. I'm just trying to find things you can do with Cleansing Flames of value other than using the healing enchant. Putting the extra effort out of respect for you. Any soaked Gloop? Soaked. Oh, my health. My HP. There goes my HP. I don't have my amp either now. That's so scuffed. I mean, it's still 1 cycles, but I'm going for better. Also 3 HP, Omega Wall. Hey newbie, how you doing? Really gotta level up my second character, not even past drill yet. I have trouble prying myself away from this game's endgame. It's just, it's fun. There's a lot to do, and I enjoy it. Look forward to a crazy claw stab dot build on Monday. I don't know about that. One shot? We're working on a one shot. I had no enchantments at all active there, because I didn't pop my action skill, and I also didn't have Wrath of Nature applied to the boss, so I didn't have this, I was standing still, so I didn't have that, but like that's irrelevant anyway. I did not have that active, I did not have that active, I did not have that active, and I didn't have the amp shot either. I need more sniper crit. I should get a frost damage, all damage amulet. Yeah, let's roll amulets. See, something like this, but with sniper crit would be good. Could beat out Sharksbane for the purposes of this. How you doing, Stuff Beaver? If it targets multiple enemies, if you have enough cooldown, you might be able to make use out of the unique enemies effect for whatever armor has that Lego effect. Probably not worth over a body run, I imagine, though. So, Calamity armor, it's just a 10% fire boost per unique enemy. The amount of combat scenarios where you're fighting more than 3 unique enemies in a short period of time, close to 0. And body run's a bonus element, not an elemental increase. So, it's like, no. And Clawbringer has the most elemental damage in tree. So it's going to be additive with the stuff you already have as a Clawbringer. I don't think that's the play. Wasn't a Sniper Bunny. Sniper Bunny. This Wraith is better than a Con, by the way. Want a Frost. The class power doesn't actually matter here, now that I think about it. Yeah. So I just need Primordial Frost all damage, preferably. This Volatile Frost all damage status effect. Take that. Okay, yeah, we'll split between, double mag size roll. Huh. That's a lot of mag size, chat. That is a lot of mag size. Next Ring's armor, such a pain. Yeah. Yeah, not my favorite thing. Think of anything that might make it sound useful. Yeah, so Cleansing Flames is weird. Like, it's 2 instances of damage, right? And you're doing different things to boost each. Like, for example, the melee instance. Freezing an enemy will help that quite a bit if you can actually physically get close enough to them and hit them, and that doesn't help you against most enemies, because there's some that can't be frozen, but... that helps, but it doesn't help the Nova bit. Running Soaked will reduce the Nova bit, but help your Oath of Thunder bonus element. And if you're running Berserker, your Rage bonus element. I'm just thinking out loud about Cleansing Flames friendly tech. Even if you were to pull out all the stops and, say, use, you know, the Forbidden spell, at that point, you don't... Like, it's still not intuitive, because you can get... Say you get Bonk and Ka-Chow for melee and then ability. You'd just be better off skipping Ka-Chow for Zap, and then using a Spellblade. Which is awkward, and I don't like that. You definitely hold a Spellblade or a Goblin's Bane, without question. If you could get enough crit chance, you could make it look like it's doing something with Alchemical Agent, but... Yeah, Cleansing Flames is in such an awkward place. If both halves of it had better formula, and like an extra 0, you could do a lot more with it. But, as is right now, really weird place for an action skill. Morning, Tron. How you doing? Something I have been enjoying occasionally with Cleansing Flames, though. If you see me play my Feral Surge melee setup, you can kind of slot in Cleansing Flames there. And because of the Ancient Hilt and the Berserker Capstone, you have pretty good cooldown, enough that you can use Cleansing Flames often. Now, it doesn't do much damage, but there is that enchant for revive nearby allies and heal all of them, including you, for 40% using Cleansing Flames. Kind of fun to have a healing bonk, but it's sad that that's the best use of it currently. Playing some Star Trek Fleet Command. Ooh, sounds nice. Sounds chill. I think I might want more Constitution. Actually, do I want more Constitution? That lowers my amp up time. Huh. So more Constitution would give me more buffer before I get to my health bar. Keep this up more, but it also reduces my amp up time. That's a tough one.
That's a good stuff.
I think Berserker would be the play for optimal single target Great Bow, because you could use unarmored defense to increase your amp up time, on top of having Berserker formula. Is specific element damage additive with all elements of damage? Yes. Hope you have a good rest of your stream. Gotta head out early. Yeah, take it easy, Sindri. You have a good one. Oh, I can't jump up that. No, I know. $514k against a regular enemy. What did Butt Stallion boost? Oh, nothing. That's just my damage. Cool. 514k. This is against a random enemy. There's obviously much higher damage numbers on various things out there, but that's better than most guns.
Worms won't go hungry tonight.
Sniper bad, of course, terrible, irredeemable. I do have the poison one. We could try Bunny. I just don't have a suitable armor for that. Like, what would I want to use? I guess just good stats over anything. Like, this Amalgam has really good stats. Gun crit chance, gun damage, all damage, area damage. 3 in arsenal is, like, not good, but it's not hurting me. That's what, 1 in sneak attack. Like, that's a really good Amalgam for just gun stuff. What would I use? Can't think of anything better, really. gun equals good build? Yeah, T-Honey. Occasionally I'll tweak exactly what I'm wearing for specific guns, as you should in all your builds. But the skill tree remains the same, and the general gearing philosophy remains the same. Wardrobe change. We Greybone? We sure are, Austin. How you doing today? Snipers are bad, Borderlands. Yeah, so I've just kind of reached this point where I've lost interest in entertaining just like bad takes, bad info. Like, I'm just gonna be more direct from here on with correcting these fallacies as they cross my plate. So, like, this assertion that snipers are bad? No, snipers aren't bad. You've made bad build choices. Snipers are better than most guns. Simple as that.
To do a killer's job.
That sort of thing. It's fair, dude. Sorry, I shouldn't perpetuate the meme. Nah, you're fine, Control. That was not a admonition of you. That was just you reminded me of the topic. You're all good, dude. Not bad. Glad to hear it. Hey, Mr. Adblock, how you doing? Oh, sweet father of mine. Hey, Dex. Toxic Ty, good to see you as well. In most cases, we mock people who actually think that way. The problem lies in the intelligence people are mocking, think we're agreeing with them, the fallacious logic is sound. No, it's not even that. It's just, like... It's not a commentary on the intelligence of anyone, Control. It's more so just... We talked about this a bit yesterday. The mentality you need to have success in building in this game is one that's... You fundamentally need to understand that you can be wrong. You could have missed something. So occasionally you'll have people who are like, hey, I tried this weapon for 5 seconds on a build that I just slapped it on and it didn't delete the world. So buff it until I stop complaining. It's not buff it until it's good or until I like it, because you won't and it's already good. But it's just from this place of... I couldn't possibly be wrong. The game is wrong. And maybe that stems from a general dissatisfaction with the game. I don't know. I'm not inside these people's heads. I couldn't tell you. But what it is inaccurate. You guys know me. I'm all about accuracy. That was a layered joke. Get it? Because I have bad aim in these games. But... Get it? So I don't think it's necessarily indicative of intelligence, it's a mindset thing. Wonder how many of these X-Gun bad people have a Damage Floor, Buffmeister, Pixie. A fair amount. A fair amount. Now the funny thing is, situationally, this can clear faster than that. Because anything that this thing can one-shot, consistently, this will clear faster than Pixies. Because Pixies have a travel time. So, damage comparison is complicated. I might, weather sucks and I'm stuck in it. I hope you can get out of it soon.
Well, hello there, little sprout.
Try the Insight Ring on my Frost River melee build and immediately saw a boost in damage thanks to info. Hey, I'm glad it worked out for you, Tanner. Big fan of the concept of that ring. I did it again. I don't learn. Oh, you gave me the good RNG too? Yeah, I usually accept the down here to get more damage in. Because if you let that down you, sometimes it'll stay a little longer. But I was not in range. Sag. That's okay. More opportunity to practice. That's why you should run up and shoot stuff point blank. Yeah, Steve. This gun, you just... better. Was the Insight on the Insight Ring? So the Insight Ring applies a global damage bonus to anything you do that doesn't crit. Remember, there are 3 very powerful things in this game that cannot crit. That is Blast Gasp, Blast Chill, and Spore Fuse. And all 3 of those things scale with, you guessed it, ability damage. So it gives you really good formula for those 3 things. And additionally, if you don't have a high crit chance, it's a nice boost. Remember, you cannot get all damage on any other ring. It is an Insight Ring exclusive thing, so it helps you fill out your formula. Hey, Frujolio, how you doing? Just so used to BL2 bad balance system, just slap the B on your build and make it do damage, so that I actually search for good items combined with good skill selection. Well, they also got comfortable with the BL3 power creep that they constantly complained about. Like, BL3 bad because game easy and look how OP this item is. This item shouldn't be in the game. The very next title releases, no, you can't nerf this OP item that's making the game easier, and all my builds suck without it. Like, that might be a self-awareness issue. The problem there may be between chair and keyboard. Just a hunch. I'm gonna heal with a sigil here. Because I want my enchantment going into the fight. Love your Discord write-up about the ring changes. People are so butthurt about the nerfs. Yeah, and it's further proof of it's just a bad faith state of being, Frujolio. People see 5 buffs, there was a hidden 6th one, and 3 nerfs, and no matter how big the buffs are, they're like, oh, these nerfs destroyed my build, my items are worthless. The calculation I did, for anyone who hasn't seen it, exclamation point ring tweet, I did a quick write-up, 10 minutes of napkin math, literally while eating chicken with my other hand. Very quick math. And the impact of 1 mood ring in my calculation was a 4.2% damage loss for the main stat. That is in a setup that is low on gun damage, and a theoretical model omitting about half of the available damage formula to make it more readable. The more of that formula I put back in, and the more geared you are, the lower that number shrinks. I'm very confident that there are setups people are actually running that you are in the neighborhood of about a 0.8% damage loss. You heard that correctly. 0.8% damage loss. For example, a typical Deadshot build. You know, Spellshock Graveborn, spell damage, mood rings. With your Ascension stacks and your spell weaving up, you're looking at less than 1% damage loss. But you know, they really destroyed those items, huh? I waited way too long there. I didn't have my action skill. I shouldn't have tried to fit in that barrage. That was my mistake there. But we learned something. Fuck needs rings on Deadshot with a massive skill tree. Like, exactly. Like, you don't need gear on Deadshot, but guess who's complaining about the stuff destroying their builds the most? Oh, it's the Spellshot players. Cool. Portion of the community just seems to have it in their heads that all nerfs are bad. No, only bad nerfs are bad. Yes, but they'll also play both sides of the fence, Stuff Beaver. And I'm ashamed of some of my fellow content creators for doing this. But they'll point out a problem, then that problem gets fixed, and they'll be like, oh, look how they gutted this thing. Like, wait, hang on, you can't have both of these stances at once. But they do. They do. Oh, that's awkward. Yeah, Bunny, do your thing, proud of you. Still fucking dead. Game is dead now that I have more options for my ring slot. I think the main thing that nerfed with the rings was weird stats you can get elsewhere. No big deal. The only stats of value that were put in a position where they would ever noticeably be impacted by the nerfs are mag size and spell radius. And guess what? You got better access to those two stats at higher values on 6 rings, and you lost some access on 3 rings. So isn't that overall a gain? Or is my brain melting? It's supposed to only have one mighty shot that gets weaker. Oh, were we talking about the Great Bow? Tress? Why using the Great Bow? Because it's one of the strongest guns in the game. So, you might have stumbled across people telling you that the Great Bow is bad. Yeah, they're full of shit. to put it bluntly. Look at this damage and try to tell me that this gun is bad. Look at it. 776 times 7. That's over 5,000 card damage per shot. This only consumes 2 ammo per shot. And the Great Bow has the best crit damage formula out of any gun in the entire game. What about that seems bad? Not saying you said it, but like, just posing the question. Why do players feel the need to dictate how other plays the game? Feel like an OP ring, gun, shield, etc. Don't use it. Why complain about someone else using them? Well, A, I'm not doing that, old scout sniper. B, hello. C, balance is a delicate thing, and balance has far-reaching consequences. Poorly balanced games bore people faster. And this could mean too many things being too weak, too many things being too strong, some combination of the two. Poor balance bores people. And a bored community plays a game for a smaller amount of time. With these kind of games that, A, have a season pass, which has not released most of its content, and B, are designed around frequent fine-tuning and content updates over time, you need an active player base to consume those things. And if people get bored and quit, your player base shrinks. So, balance, when done properly, doesn't take anything away from people, and drawing attention towards things that are out of the scope of that balance is healthy. Does that make sense to you? Yeah, thank you, Kyler, for posting that. Certain content creators said they're disappointed they made a few daddy drops be world drop too. I was like, why not make them drop from more sources, especially when some players like me don't like dedicated farming? Because it's a bad faith, selfish take, Reckless Monster. Like, it's proof that it's not about having more people have more options. It's about, I want the thing I do and no one else to enjoy. Like, an item being in both dedicated and world pool does not detract from either experience. It being in the World Drop pool and Chaos Chamber pool allows people to get it without doing mind-numbing save-quit farming of one enemy. Save-quit farming of one enemy is still more efficient to get the item. It just allows other people to progress. But that's the issue with some people. Sure, I wasn't saying you specifically, just in general. Right, there are absolutely some people who will gatekeep items like that. They'll diminish your accomplishments if you use a certain thing or you don't use a certain thing. Let's look at another community for this. In the Souls community, there's a lot of shit slung at people who use summons in their playthroughs to clear the game because they make it easier. And I don't necessarily think that that's fair to those people. And I think it gets very toxic very quickly. Well, I imagine we can agree on that. Toxicity around item and mechanic gatekeeping is a real thing in gaming. But it's important to know that drawing attention to outstanding balance issues is not inherently that. It can become that, but it is not inherently that. So when I say that something is overpowered and should be addressed, I try to follow up with my reasoning why. Whether I like that thing or not. And there's some things that I think are utterly unenjoyable, but don't necessarily need changing. Like, I think, for example, triple ice spikes. Little overtuned. But do I think they need changing? No, I don't think they're an eminent balance issue. That's just one example off the top of my head. Rocket launcher buff when? Hopefully never. Rocket launchers don't need a buff. And I'll prove it to you. On what do you base rocket launchers needing a buff? Like, be as specific as you can. Why do you think rocket launchers need a buff? Let me solo her legendary stuff. You do pixie playthrough, scroll to move around, left click, shoot, right click, reload, no keyboard playthrough. Could you get through some of the platforming? I feel like there'd be some platforming that would stall you. Sorry, I deserve better. You can use some speedrun tech to sort of save her. Like, the plot still treats her as if she died, but she's still there. There aren't many good rocket launchers out there, even legendaries. Okay, you nailed it exactly, whether you realize it or not, Tress. It's not that there's not... It's not that the rocket launchers aren't good. We just don't have many of them. That's it. That's all it is. We just need more choices. That's it. Seriously. Because the Anchor, this quest reward, somewhere in my inventory, this does good damage. Like, it really does. It's just something that you need to build around. The Cannonballer and the Blue Cake do very good damage, but they're awkward as shit. Like, actually hitting enemies with those guns is the problem. Because Blue Cake has a very far split distance compared to its predecessor, the Yellow Cake. And Cannonballer, in its single target mode, the way the projectile arc works is you're more likely to hit yourself than an enemy. And in multi-ball mode, it is just chaotic and going everywhere. So it's not exactly easy to hit things. They do enough damage. They're just awkward. And then the Mole Man, I have not attempted to make it work at endgame yet, although it's something I've wanted to build around for a while, so I can't comment on that one. But that's all the unique launchers. That's all of them. It's just the least stuffed category full of uniques, right? So adding more options and maybe smoothing out some of the behavioral issues with the options we have, such as that projectile behavior, such as that split distance, that would be a better solution than add zeros until the game's too easy. What do you think about that? Made any launcher builds? I'm working on an Anchor setup for Julio. In terms of launcher builds that exist, you can absolutely do the Torgue sticky stuff with load busters. They have a 75% sticky multiplier and can be up to 4 projectiles per shot. So, yeah, that's strong. Additionally, Stone Swan has made some very powerful dot launcher builds. Launchers have very big status effects, so you can shoot an enemy from one big chunk, usually take out one of their health bars, and then a dot will just murder them the rest of the way. Morning, Micro. Is KOCon commenced? We're rolling Sniper Bunny to facilitate that. Torgue Stickies are OP back in BL3 and now Wonderlands, they're just dope. Well, they're the same values as, like... So take this body rocker, for example. Times 18 body rocker is equivalent to a times 18 bag stick. Torgue Stickies of the pistol and shotgun varieties were nerfed early on in Borderlands 3 because they were as powerful as they are now in Wonderlands. They nerfed them in BL3, they instead buffed the whole manufacturer again in Wonderlands. So this is just early BL3, but, like, taken to a ludicrous degree. We don't have as many ways of sustaining the shots in this game. Like, in BL3, you had lots of ammo regen opportunities. We have far fewer in this game. In BL3, you had Flax Leave No Trace, Moses Means of Destruction, and some for the road. You know, all that good stuff. But the fact that we're performing better with them in this game can be attributed to just better damage formula, unique ones such as Sword Explosion, new contenders such as the Luddite with their crossbow barrel shenanigans, and the lack of that sticky value nerf from the previous game. But remember, Gearbox only nerfs. They definitely didn't buff an entire manufacturer. Nope, didn't happen. This is a gun we're looking out for. I refuse to use it below Volatile, and I'll want a Cryo one for this. But we're gonna see how much damage we can do with that. Skeet Prod is something I want as well. I'm gonna be real picky, though. I think I want a Primordial before I start using Skeet Prod. Because the ammo's gonna go so fast. want more envies as well. I haven't tried the envy on this build, and I want to. Okay, time I got back. Thank you for the 100 bits.
I'll buffer manufacturer.
I appreciate that. Thank you for buffing my manufacturer. It means a lot to me. I grew it myself. Sounds like you need a cut purse. Why'd you wake up and choose to actively make your day miserable? Because I promised Prismatic in exchange for him playing some Remnant yesterday. So I thought I was blackmailing a friend, but turns out he was blackmailing me the entire time. Do you know what the Gluttony takes its formula from? Got a Primordial one last night, now I'm kind of wanting to get build with it. So, standard Dagger Storm formula, Yakumers, which there's a inferior spreadsheet out there. But the Gluttony gives you a damage increase when you're below 50% health. So that's where the extra damage comes from. When you're at or below 50% health, I should say. That's why it lowering you to 50% every time you chuck it is useful. Because it turns on its own damage buff as long as you don't heal. But it does Dark Magic, so you're probably going to heal. A good way to keep the Gluttony's bonus always on is Deathless. You'll always have full benefit with that active. Great second wind gun too? It is. Sorry for the wall. No, you're good, Al. I had a few interesting takes this week. First, community member complaining about daddy drops and how they're bad farm. Complained about the hotfix taking away the special drops and put them in the chaos chamber. Second was someone on Reddit complaining about how the ring nerfs ruined their build. Tried to explain how the math works. The build was this bad to begin with. Flipped on me being the bad guy. Reddit, what a week. Yep, and both of those can be traced back to a mentality issue, Al. And this is the mentality issue, and this is something very pervasive throughout communities for multiple looters. It's not my fault, it's the game's fault. Simple as that. That core ideology is what causes all of this. No matter how much you explain something with math, people do not listen if their emotions get in the way. You can tell someone that a 4% or less reduction to their overall damage did not kill their build. But if they have already made up their mind that their build was going to die from being nerfed, and that nothing could ever be their fault, they're not going to listen to you. They're not going to listen to shit. If someone has made up their mind that dedicated farming is bad, despite the actual empirical, tangible, graphed evidence with more data points than they've done in the entirety of their gameplay, if they're convinced dedicated farming is bad, despite the fact that, hey, it's literally better than the previous game, they're not going to listen. Like, don't waste your breath. Do not waste your time. Use a sniper rifle, shoots teeth. Kind of fun quest reward. Yeah, I was, when the game was, in its first week, Toxic Tie, I was, messing around with some melee stuff with it. It's really good at applying the melee bonus, the crossbow bonus from those teeth. 221k, nice. But yeah, back to that other subject. Some harsh words that I hope people are prepared for. Ready? Dedicated farming in this game is better than dedicated farming in Borderlands 3. It is easier. I will repeat. Dedicated farming in this game is easier than it is in Borderlands 3. At least if we're talking average to average. It is far from the most important issue that the game faces right now. And this is the byproduct of minimizing the issue that those of us who actually looked at the numbers pointed out throughout 2 years of Borderlands 3. This is why gutting world drops was never the answer. This is why saying parts don't matter was never the answer. This is why misrepresenting the power of items by labeling them arbitrarily as bad or best item in the game without any sort of testing or scientific proof of the assertions leads to damaging shit. This is why you'll see people like myself push back seemingly pointlessly against this tide of bad info, because everywhere you can stop it from spreading helps prevent things like this. Misinformation destroys looter communities.
Wings of death.
I think keeping Pixies with a Tor buff is kind of a distraction because the game's slight bumps. That's a complicated answer to that, Platinum Meal. I think it's a good question to ask, though. I do think that, based on community conduct, priorities are likely to shift in terms of balancing stuff. Think about it. Well, let's look at the hotfix notes, which I must say I'm very happy with how wordy they've been lately. We've gotten, like, background behind changes. Like the reason why they're tweaking something, a way they're tweaking it, what the intended result of the change is, all that kind of stuff. Like, they explained exactly why they adjusted rings the way they did, and I thought that was exceptional. That was great. I'd like to see more of that. But look at the kinds of things we get that transparency on. Value reductions, even ones that are ultimately extremely minor. And why do they need to do that? Because people scream their fucking heads off anytime the word adjustment is used. They get so angry. Here's a fun little thought experiment. If they put Buffmeister's damage was adjusted by 5% in the patch notes, if they just put that there, whether they make the change or not, what do you think happens? Adjusted. They specifically say adjusted. They don't say up, they don't say down. What do you think happens? Before we get our hands on the update, what do you think this community does? Just gotta say, I really appreciate your insights on the game community. I'm happy to share my takes for Julio. Call nerf and complain? Right, it could literally be a buff, and they would complain. They could nerf one item and buff 20 items, and it wouldn't be enough. Wake up in the morning, got burgers on my mind. Burgers sound good, Chicken Bone. What do you put on a burger? I had burgers last night. I melted some pepper jack on them. It was good. Pilled ruined, yeah, Liam? And this isn't just me talking out of my ass. We have actual, like, proof in the past of the community doing exactly this. You remember when Amara's Remnant skill was adjusted, most recently, the last time it was touched. And they used ambiguous wording, saying they adjusted the scaling on the skill. Remember when that happened? So they buffed it from times 7 mayhem scaling to times 31 mayhem scaling. Yet, before anyone got their hands on anything, and even after the update, because people don't actually fact-check anything, people were crying about nerfs. It was literally a massive buff. And they still cried nerf. Remember when the lob was changed from burst fire to single fire in Borderlands 3? That was an overall DPS increase.
Carrying coin.
But people still to this day are like, oh yeah, they nerfed the lob. Allergic to shellfish, that sounds amazing. And a burger, tastes like it made me cry, let's go. Smash burger or thick patty kind of guy. Thick burgers are good. Nerflands 3, yeah, Booth. Yep. The game where they just gave up on nerfing things after a while. So I think that communities acting like this does shape the vibes around the concept of balancing. So I think obviously outstanding problems, such as Pixies being the lowest effort thing in the game that clears the fastest in the game. I think in a world where the devs have clearly shown that they don't like that kind of thing existing, like Paradigm was pervasive, so they slightly nerfed it. Liquid Cooling had a scaling issue that made it pervasive, so they fixed it. They even cautiously nerfed a couple things that they figured might become problems at some point. Like Pookie's Chew Toy was popular in the speedrun, but speedrunners don't run with hotfixes, and they definitely know that. So they nerfed Pookies. So we're like, wait, hang on, why'd they nerf it? I started using it in endgame, and like, hang on, Pookies is fucking cracked. If I had 28% more damage on that thing, it'd be better than, like, most guns. And I'm not saying every change is good. I'm not saying I agree with a lot of the balancing decisions made. I've been very vocal about the ones that I dislike. But ultimately, it's important to, actually go test shit. Develop your opinions and stances based on reality. For example, this gun that's currently one-shotting most of these enemies, that has more card damage than almost every other gun in the game, that is easier to farm than almost every other item in the game, period, is a good gun. That's reality, based on numbers, based on gameplay, based on facts. But that's still in question in some spaces. So I encourage everyone here listening to this to examine why that is. Do not let frustration, anger, burnout override common sense. It's not a good look for anybody involved, and it causes lingering damage to communities. And braid cells. Your thoughts on Sword Explosion? It's easily one of the strongest guns in the game. I think that the quality of life changes they did regarding the fire rate and the projectile speed and the bug fix with the sticky mode. The sticky mode was bugged before it was buffed. I think those three changes were well placed and made the gun genuinely fun to use. I think that the damage increase was a little too much. I don't want it to go all the way back, but I'd like it to rein it in a little bit. Because currently, Sword Explosion is now what Liquid Cooling was for the first week of the game, where you could have a build, or you could have that gun. Like, the gun covers up not having a build. And that kind of thing in the long term leads to people never developing the skills to actually have a build, and then that makes their balance feedback not good. There's hypocrisy when it comes to balance that I think is the most frustrating. For example, many people complain Liquid Cooling Fix was an unnecessary nerf to kill the only good legendary, but Awe Fix was good because it wasn't intended. Right, like, I think that, I still don't think Awe needed to be changed. I think that Liquid Cooling did need to be changed. Liquid Cooling's still good, by the way. Very much alive and well. Just doesn't replace having a build anymore. And it's not something you can use for extended periods of time, because ammo consumption. And there are changes I don't agree with. For example, when they fixed the Rogue Imp not getting the damage penalty for having a second projectile in the ×2 variant, they also nerfed it. I don't think both of those things needed to happen. Just the fix, sure, not the nerf. I don't think the Catatumbo needed to be nerfed. I don't think the Ruby Spite needed to be nerfed. I don't think the Gluttony needed to be buffed. There's absolutely changes that should be part of a dialogue. But ultimately, that's not how the Borderlands community handles things. They just kind of scream and throw tantrums about problems that don't exist. Mom, they nerfed something. But my infinity cooling, it still does it! That's the craziest thing, it still does that. It's still one of the highest sustained DPS weapons in the game. There's still nothing else you can shoot for as long in one sitting without massive investment in mag size and ammo regen as liquid cooling. It's still the GOAT. Sword Explosion has become the okay boss, I'm sick of you now gun. Right, and in a game where we already had options for that, I don't think we needed an even stronger one. Now, do I think that Sword Explosion is a priority over other things now? No. I think it shouldn't have changed, but I think that stepping that back down can maybe wait until after some other things. There's things that should come up, there's things that should come down. Bugs that should be fixed, etc., etc. But also, a lot of these things do take time. Complaining gets views, but we won't talk about that. I'm sure that's part of it. But I don't think that's most of it, Black Panther. I think most of it is just the effect of shouting something loud enough that people who are not actively using their critical thinking skills will just start to repeat it. Consciously or unconsciously. Simple as that. That's awkward. Loop's still gonna die, but like... awkward. Only Sword Explosion on bosses, even then the Gyre and Sod will do almost as much damage, and Gyre's almost fun to use. Yeah. Heard a certain professor got a triple roll sniper ring, Megaze Bondi. I don't have it on this save right now. I have a triple mag size, I think it's ability damage on a mood ring. I haven't touched that save in a while. It's on one of my other saves that I kind of gutted for gear for other stuff. But yeah, I'm not currently using that. Hey Viper, how you doing? I went once, 5 minutes of constant liquid cooling shooting without reloading once. Try to do that with another gun. You can't. That's why hyperbole like liquid cooling is worse than purple skulldugger pistols now. Ugh, is useless garbage. Just makes people think things that aren't true. Gunna using? This is the used great bow, Arrow Halifax. Excellent smash burger at barbecue wings at a new family-run smokehouse near me just opened up. Big food coma vibes. The show was phenomenal. Let's go. That's awesome. Hey, Krug, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Wrinkled snail raid. I'm interested. Tell me more. Tell me more.
This position's really good for the glutes.
How'd it go? You pushed that sub 430 yet on the featured? Just want to see what triple roll would look like. I've seen stats boosted over 80%. It depends on the stat. Depends on the stat. For example, triple radius at Primordial is 50%. House by the Cemetery. And then, obviously, that's before the modifier of the likes of Sharksbane, Championship Ring, etc. So you can get a lot. You can get a lot. Stream was great. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Got the sub 430. Nice. How'd you learn my street name? Pain. So yeah, for those of you just joining us, we're rolling for sniper rifles. Ah, fuck, I got that faster than I wanted. I'm attempting to see how well you can do with this completely awful sniper, the Khan. But I'm also rolling for snipers for various builds. The reason using Wyvern Spell, because I like it and think it's fun. It reminds me of playing Flak, so I like it. Time for another quad day. Hey, Rapid Fire, how you doing? This counter feint is good, but not that good. I could drop that. I also don't need that. I have a copy somewhere. This build, you can release the caw on stream, not get this. Sir? Sir? Are you okay? God! Make a spell shot with Wyvern, you'll feel like Peregrine Flak all over again. Yeah, that's the thing you can do. We've been up to going for sniper rifles for various power showcases and builds, Crook. It's a chaotic frostburn with radius and cooldown. If that crit damage was a spell charge, I'd buy this in a heartbeat. I might still buy it. 12-second cooldown. I think I still buy that. Frostburn's good. I don't need all these empowering sigils. That one can go. Other than refilling snipers.
Think you can make it?
Kind of passively theory crafting raid boss one-shots with used great bow.
Have some fun.
Obviously, I put some restrictions on myself, and I'm not using the ideal multi-class for it. Like, Spore is not doing as much for me for that as, say, Spell Shot would. And Sabo does nothing for the Gloop one-shot at all. But it's still fun to min-max on what I have. Con sucks, the only gun that can't shoot when your remaining ammo is less than the amount it consumes. Yeah, there's nothing good about this gun. I'm just using it anyway. Because I told Prismatic I would. Like, it struggles to even hit enemies. And when it does hit enemies, it doesn't do damage. Like, that many shots for an Cyclops. I'm gonna run out of ammo if I keep using it in this room. worst sniper rifle, worst gun in the game, arguably. I'm almost out of ammo. This is gonna be tough. Hey Rorius, how you doing? Someone who's poor enough, I can get one game every 3 to 5 months. This is good enough, should be the game. Kind of bored of Elden Ring. I have over 26 days played on this game so far, Rorius, and I'm not bored yet. I really like this game. And I really enjoy the endgame content and the build crafting. So, if you're asking for my personal opinion, yeah, I think this game's worth it. Is this the con? Yeah, it is. Hey, Brucey, how you doing? Where in the build does the damage come from? Big question, I know. It's not a bad question for Julio. From the Shadows gives you very consistent access to damage, and it gives you more consistent play the angles. So my mobbing is largely play the angles. Spore Warden doesn't have great formula in general. It has ability damage to boost play the angles. It's got Wrath of Nature, but again, I'm using from the Shadows, so that's only triggered by play the angles. Headhunter is nice, but it requires me actually hitting a crit spot. So often, when you see me shooting, the only skill in my entire Spore Warden tree that's giving me damage is Eagle Eye. For a lot of the targets. And then Stabbo tree, there's not a lot of damage here either. Swift Death is very weak as a skill, does almost nothing for your damage. Exploit their weakness is pretty good. But it's something that builds up over time. Like, I need to hit an enemy once to apply the status, and then I can start getting benefit from that. This is just for the dot. This is just speed. This doesn't increase my gun's damage at all. This doesn't increase my damage. This is just quality of life for spreading exploit their weakness and occasionally can kill things with insane RNG. So, my skill trees are not giving me damage, is the takeaway here. The majority of my damage is coming from my gear synergies and using guns that perform well. So the Great Bow is killing this well on this setup on merit. It's just that good. I have damage increasing enchantment over here, damage increasing enchantment over here. I have amped some of my shots, but not all. I don't get significant damage from this slot, and just the frost damage is cool, but Stabbo power isn't increasing my damage. I don't have an all damage passive. Armor passes provide a lot of the damage, but my gun isn't splash, so it's not getting that. So just gun damage. The skills aren't providing much. The rings aren't providing much. It's a lot of little increases in a lot of places, is the answer here. Gear, in general, in this game, is more of your power than anything else. The most important component of your power in a gun build is how good the gun itself is. So, me having this much success with a Great Bow is because the Great Bow itself is that good. Now, the Kaokon being shit is because the gun is shit. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Cool. Blanker. The moon. Stone Swan says testing area damage last night is highly informative. Sigils definitely get area damage, which is sweet. That's cool. That's cool. Always love Stone Swan's test. Any other cool finds time I got back? Love being level 15 and getting to the wall. Very fun getting one-shotted. Under-leveled playthroughs can kind of be enjoyable. Like, I really enjoyed Wastard fight under-leveled because it feels like a proper raid boss type thing. Did Chums T1 level 16 yesterday? My Greatborn survival room is still lacking in engaging enemies, and Chums melted my Blue Torg AR. Yeah, Chums is a meme. I have not done Chums stage 4, and I'm not going to because I do not want that terrible boss in my Chaos Chamber pool. Is it that bad? It's some of the jankiest hitboxes they've ever done. It's a lot of knockback spam. It's a flying enemy that isn't actually flying, but it's flying enough for it to be problematic. And he still doesn't have HP. Hey Lazy, how you doing? Priz bullied me. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Cool. Hey, Embryce, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Hope you're enjoying the content. The support means a lot. And I hope you get better use out of all the perks than I do out of the con. Bank is hiding one of my accounts and a good chunk of my money, so I bet better. Shit, dude, I'm sorry. Banks are fucking awful. I've had so many bad experiences with my bank over the last couple of years. I hope yours just gets their head out of their collective asses and gives you your shit back. That's awful. Yeah, I can't shoot. So you can only, this is what Kirk was referencing before, you can only shoot the con a fixed number of times. Before it starts checking to see how much ammo you have. Whereas with other guns, if it costs 5 ammo, if you have 1, you can still shoot it. The con, you can't. You need that actual amount of ammo.
My blood's up. Give me something else to kill.
Power went out yesterday while I was playing my Berserker with all my God World melee gear got deleted. Oh no, Bubba. Do you have cloud saves on? Always recommend turning cloud saves off. Because with cloud saves on, you could lose a lot of progress. With them off, the worst you'll lose is like a short amount of your play session, unless something gets corrupted. In all cases, back up your saves if your platform allows, but yeah, I'm sorry that happened to you. Sometimes I wonder, do snipers really need such a low ammo count in reserves? It depends on the sniper rifle striker, because the thing is, with something like an antique great bow, you have more than enough ammo. It's only 2 per shot, and it one-shots most things, so like, you have more than enough. With the Carouser, it's 1 ammo per shot, you have more than enough. With the Sawmill, the entire balancing factor is that it consumes so much ammo, you can't use it for long unless you have an entire build around it. But then you have the Con, which does not do good damage, consumes ridiculous amounts of ammo, and and is just generally unfun to use and has no redeeming qualities. So I think that's a this gun issue rather than a sniper SDU issue. Like, if this thing consumed 2 ammo per shot, it'd still be bad, but you would have enough ammo to shoot it and be disappointed. With it consuming 5, you don't. How to turn off cloud saves? It'll be an option through your Epic launcher if you're on Epic. I don't know how to do it on consoles, but it'll be an option in your Epic launcher. If you like right-click the game, or you click the 3 dots, I should say. Thanks, Play the Angles, for making this gun marginally less awful. Having the mag size to fire it 3 times makes it a little more tolerable, but that just accelerates my ammo problem. So I don't know how I feel about that. Like, a burst of 3 of this thing will actually kill things. But how long can you sustain that? And compare it to other sniper rifles that have the same, hey, use lots of ammo to make things super dead clause. This had to have been the gun people were using when they decided snipers are bad. It's the only explanation. New meta for iPods, what's that? I just have a hard time making Hyperion's unique snipers, but the teeth gun is so weird and good. Like, it's cool. And then the great bow is amazing. And then they just made this piece of shit. Like, I'm gonna try to use this against Gloop, but I doubt I'll have the ammo after I get through the Nightmare fight. I might have to use a different gun on Nightmare just so I have ammo for Gloop. Trickster's Eye Spike? Oh yeah, Trickster's Eye Spikes are sick. They're just insanely good area clear. Even on non-spell shot, they're very noteworthy. And I think that's a good example of balance, because each Ice Spike variant kinda has its own thing. Like, the Tricksters are easily the best for mobbing out of the bunch, but they get absolutely slapped by like 3 of the other delivery methods in single target, which is good balance. It's got pros, it's got cons, it's got use cases. Morning, Con Buds. How you doing? Good to see you. As for me, I'm using the Con, and it's as miserable as I expected it would be. Still able to kill, though. But it's terrible. From the Shadows is carrying this gun? Absolutely, dude. No doubt. So I'm gonna Sword Explosion the boss, just so I still have ammo for Gloop. Like, if you're running ammo with a Rain of Arrows on Spore, it's a dream if you have the ammo regen skill with the 8 mag. Yeah, because you just get one back, and you can just keep shooting it. Yeah, and if you keep your ammo bottomed out, you'll never have to reload it. It's a very nice combo, for sure. The con, and apparently the Carouser, don't do that. At least the Carouser has only 1 ammo per shot, so it's not really a problem. Come here, dog. Let me see buff both Con and Carouser. Carouser does not need it. Carouser is really good. Carouser was really good before the first sniper buff. I don't think a second one is necessary. My primordial Carouser I have is low roll, so I do want a better one. Wait, did I not do Gloop? Shit, I didn't do Gloop. Thought I did. Must have forgotten. I was too stressed out in the first room. I've actually been curious if there's an optimal mag size or a deal breaker mag size for the Rain of Arrows. I felt the most comfortable at ×6, personally. It goes from ×5 to ×8. In my personal usage, ×6 has felt good, but there's no scientific thing behind that. I've just liked that. Sawmill, Great Bow, Carouser, Envy, Skeet Prod. Lazy. Skeet Prod. Using the Con's effect of your mental faculties. It apparently has. A Drill Sniper as well. Yeah, that one's good. Can't forget that one. I constantly do forget that one, and it's a good gun. Probably goes between Carouser and Envy then. I'd honestly say Envy is better than Skeet Prod Lazy. If nothing else, because of ammo. And, formula. You know, Black Powder Sniper. Better crit formula. You use the Cannonball Sniper. The Ironsides? I've not. I should try that. I should try that. I really need to do inventory management. Alright, I don't need that for that. Let's do an Envy run so I'll hate myself less. I just need a break from that. Sub 430s, 429, still counts. Still counts. I've completely missed them, but there are no passes for launchers on Rings Amulets. I've not seen them either. They took a lot of steps to, call it discourage launcher use for extended periods of time. They want launchers to be like back pocket thing, which is kind of undermined by things like Pixies and Sword Explosion being what they are. Sure, I'll go with that one. I've not used the Envy on this build yet. We're on Body Rune. See what this does. I have like 100 plus armors in my bank. I need to sell and stop hoarding. Yeah, I have 3 armor mules, and I need more. This is a box mag envy too, sick. Hey, look how many times I shot and I still have ammo. That's fun. Skip loop this run too. Ricochets are doing well. I want to try this against Bunny. Excuse me, stop ragdolling me.
Thought you had me, didn't you?
Yeah, Ricochets do well. What are the rolls on this? Chaotic? Yeah, that tracks. Back Saras, unloading groceries, talking family, etc. Nothing to be sorry about, Rolls. Welcome back. It's very satisfying to shoot.
I'm getting the hang of this killing.
I definitely wouldn't call this gun bad. Like, it's obviously not in the Great Bows League, not in the Carousers League, not in the Sawmills League. Drill Sniper probably comfortably beats this as well. It definitely comfortably beats it. I don't need to say probably there. But this ain't bad. Oh. I'm bad. Where'd you go? Over here.
Storm takes flight.
In order for a sniper to be good, you need to sit very still in one spot in ADS and one-shot everything. You can do that with a great bow, though. Where are the goalposts moving for that one? Oh yeah, yours is poisoned. There we go. And it feels really good to use, which makes up for its comparatively lower DPS. Yeah. I'd say that's a fair assessment, Cranberry. It's just a fun gun. Like, doing this... And that scales up even more with fire rate. I don't have much fire rate active right now. Like, I get some from Nimble Fingers, 30% there. And then I get 24% from having 2 stacks of Windrunner. But let's say you have Spell Shot fire rate, or Berserker fire rate. That gets pretty crazy. Big damage becomes less big damage. I don't know, I don't internet enough to all the bad takes. But the thing is, like, it's not even that intelligent of a deflection, J-Bridge, because they'll also ignore the fact that the unused Great Bow is, like, enough to one-shot any enemy in the game, not name the Maker. Probably can one-shot the Maker, too, just need a very specific spec. Like, Also, if we're going all out on jerking off the Great Bow, remember that if you don't want to use it, it still has a very high sale price for the unused one. So that can assist in getting your SDUs, which is something much more important in this game. Because there's more of them to purchase, and there's some weapons that eat ammo. Morning, Mozilla. How are you? Most guns feel really satisfying to use in Wonderlands, not gonna lie. Yeah, I came to this realization yesterday, while Lazy was streaming. I went to this game expecting to not use guns. Like, I didn't want to use guns. But I find myself using them a lot because I just enjoy the weapon design in this game. Uniques feel unique. And there's a lot of cool effects. There's also a lot of satisfaction in using certain weapon types.
Before they hit the ground. Hey, you wish you turned away.
Sig gun game, by the way, unironically. Yes. I was all for mostly ability-based combat until I used Fragment Rain and melt an entire room at once. But Cranberry, the Fragment Rain is so bad. I've never used it, but trust me, it's bad. First game where I'm constantly using blues and purples. I did a lot of that in previous games as well, but this is one where they're like more accessible. That's just the best way of putting it to me. They're more accessible. It's not like all the uniques, or the non-unique, excuse me, that were desirable were just kind of like obscure. Like you need this very specific part combination with this skill interaction. A lot of them are just like, hey, this gun good, use this gun. Much more straightforward.
I've got all of...
Yeah, this gun, when it ricochets, goes really hard. Otherwise, it's just kind of like fine. You know, Discord, do you? I do. Exclamation point Discord. see how it does here. Not expecting much here, because, you know, single target. But we do get matching element, that's nice. That fire rate when everything's active, what the hell? Hey, Mr. Adblock, thanks for gifting a sub to Mozilla. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Oh, I should have clicked that. That's okay. Fire rate on an Envy is so cool. It's kicking quite hard because I have Anarchy, but it's still fun. Wait, did I kill that last skeleton? Oh, oops. You know, it's my fault. I deserve this. Oh, no, my aim's not good enough for that. What's Envy do? It makes some puddles on Ricochet, I believe. What does Loot Lemon say this gun does? I've just been kind of using it because gun good. Ricochets are dark magic damage. That's what it does. That's neat. Not a bossing gun, for sure. But it's a neat gun. We'll headcanon it. This is a bossing gun. Tasty with corrupted plate mail? Yeah, I'm running plate mail. Headcanon go burr. Apparently, ricochet effects or in a critical hit with the envy makes enemy drop poison pools wherever they walk, continues getting poison damage. Additionally, bullet ricochets nearest enemy, dealing dark magic damage, spawning dark magic pools in effect. Cool. That's pretty spicy.
You're looking for trouble, you found it.
Ow. GG Nightmare. That was a fun one. Wonder how I do in your spicy dot build. That could be interesting. That could apply a lot of dots at once. Yeah, like it's a From the Shadows build. I should try it in the dot build. That's a good shout. Alright, be right back, chat. Let me just run to the bathroom real quick. 1 second. Okay, me back. I guess I didn't realize if you die in the Chums DLC, that's it. I had a sliver of health left. A little frustrating, but I'll get it next time. Yeah, it's... I think that's a bit weird, too. Hey, Mr. Adblock, gifted a sub to Kirk as well. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, there are ads here. I could probably get some good ricochets at the start. That's not bad. Awkward. Thanks, dog. That's not bad at all. Chaotic Envy versus a raid boss. Made plenty of mistakes. That's pretty good. It looks fun to use. It's very fun. Especially once your fire rate is rolling, it's like really, really enjoyable. This is definitely a really fun trigger spam gun. What's your favorite assault rifle? Probably the Rogue Imp. Yeah, even post nerf, Rogue Imp is still good. Not what it was, didn't deserve to be hit, but I like the Rogue Imp still. If you don't have ADS, snipers are cracked. Yeah. Try to undop it when you can. Yeah, we can move it over. I guess I want that. I want ×2s. I know they're less DPS than ×3s, but I want ×2s for big ammo stuff. You understand the Rogue Imp extra projectile fix because it can roll ×3. Why the nerf? The fix was the ×2 was not getting a penalty for being ×2. So they fixed that, and that's like, okay. But then they also nerfed the entire gun, every variant. And it's like, wait, hang on, you did not need to do both of these things. You didn't need to do either of these things. But the fix makes sense. The nerf was like, why? Hey Sandwich, how you doing? Good to see ya. Head out for an hour or two, enjoy the stream. Take it easy, Chris. I will probably suffer a bit with the con in your absence. Okay, let's put this Envy away. And I'll grab it on the dot build. When I do switch. Do I want to switch yet? I still want carousers. Check my bank, see what I have in there. Nerf the imp because Tor guns were doing too good, so obviously something had to suffer. Yes. That primordial unused great bow. Look at that. 7,300 times 7. Ugh. There's my primordial carouser. Oh, I did get an upgrade, I forgot. Yeah, this is the one I had, and this one's a better roll. One times 2 sawmills like this for another build. So let's take out the carouser, put away the Envy. Does Great Bow get crossbow suck damage stuff? It does. You think it, the Great Bow can probably do it, as long as that thing isn't be enchanted. Which you could argue is, from a certain point of view, advantageous. Actually, you can say that, Chan. Because there's no RNG with the gun. It's completely fixed parts, it's completely fixed lack of enchantment. It's just like, it is what it is, and what it is good. I farmed Monster Shroom for like an hour, and the only legendary they drop is fucking Buffmeister. How's your loot luck? And how fast are you killing? Like, about how many kills did you have in that hour? Great Bow barbecue, some cheeseburgers? Probably. Fucking probably. So Carouser actually just one-tapping everything. Sure, Fire on Flash, but, like, hello. Sniper's bad. L plus ratio plus legendary is bad, plus sniper is bad, plus the only snipers that aren't bad don't play like traditional snipers, plus on 30 to 40, you're still within the mathematical, you know, bounds of average RNG. Towing around with Queen's Cry Taser mode with Glass Cannon and Executioner's Blade, Spell Blade, 6 out of 3 Contagion build, really good, thought I'd share. That sounds fun, Scroll. That sounds like a good time. I know Dex was doing some Queen's Cry Taser science and enjoying himself. Yeah, corrals are bad. Honestly, like, this gun isn't even killing anything. Look at this. Look at this. I had to shoot one whole time for that enemy. Big Damn Hero, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. How'd your stream go? What you get up to? And I appreciate you bringing your community over here. Playing Phasmo, ooh. I don't know how I feel about Phasmo. I thought about playing it the other day. Like, getting a group of people together. Maybe we do a Halloween Phasmo stream. I haven't done, like, scary games on stream except for Resident Evil. And Resident Evil 8. Village, whatever you want to call it. And, to this day, I'm still roasted for the fact that that baby got me. So maybe we do some scary stuff for content. I don't know. Phasmo's always, the idea of it's always been cool to me. Anyway, what'd you get up to? Dragon got me into your stuff, happy to support. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Come on then, let's get this over with.
Missed the Ari playthrough, thought those were great. We did the entirety of Village in one stream, and it was what, a 17-hour stream? Because I spent a solid hour scared of the baby, unable to move. Good times. Like, I do not know what people want more from snipers. Like, seeing this? Like, would you say this gun's bad? That's what Defon, not a good solo game, much better with friends. That's what I've heard, that's what I've heard. I'll have to get a crew of people together. We did a mini Jackbox community thing. It's been a while since we've done that, but we had a couple people who just hung out for a bit, and it often devolves into just playing various games afterwards. Probably going to do that again today, if anyone wants to hang out in the Discord later on. ! Discord if you want to join. There's just some chill Jackbox, socializing, all that kind of stuff. I want to get back into doing more of that. But yeah, Phasmo seems like a good thing that'd be... a thing that'd be good, excuse me, can't speak. Too distracted by Carouser being amazing. I think that'd be good for that kind of community night as well. I considered doing Jackbox stream a while ago, but then I actually saw someone stream Jackbox, and I was like, yeah, you guys would get me banned on Twitch. I love you, but you're degenerate. Not like me, I'm always wholesome. Never said anything questionable. Oh, I was looking for people to play with? I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind. Jackbox streams are so fucked. Yeah. I'm an innocent viewer, Quag. Lies. Mm-hmm. Lies like the one you just told? PG-13 Quadr? Between you and me, chat, there's a couple of sponsorships that I've opted to not do because I do not trust myself or you to PGify sufficiently for the brand. Get dirtier sponsors? I'm working on it. Probably for the best. Yeah, it was like... What? I just fed... Okay. It was like, no references, no innuendos, references to alcohol use. I'm like, oh, well, that alone. I don't know about that one.
Good for what it is. Oh, I blame you for trying.
Hey, Ivan. How you doing? 13 out of 5 Iron Squall isn't okay? That sounds crazy fun, Worlds. That sounds really cool. No, being horny for this mother-esque figure. So in case it's ever presented, you know, the concept of, oh, Quag's such a shill, I've literally turned down money because I wanted to make dirty jokes more. Thanks, Bud Stallion. Very cool. Like, is that a smart career move for me? No, not at all. But, at the end of the day, I love what I do, and I want to continue to love what I do. Carouser, are you okay? This gun is filthy. Remember how the Envy was just kind of like, had a little bit of trouble there? Carouser's just like, bet. Bet.
Bird power. C4 effort. C minus.
Oh, I didn't strafe fast enough. Can it hit me here? Oh, that's a good way of dodging that. I'd never tried that before. It's good to know that that works. Oh, how did that... Oh, you did it. You did this to me. Wait, don't run away. Oh, you dropped down. Cool. So Carouser is sick. What do you get when you cross a joke with a rhetorical question? I don't know. What do you get? This loot pile is toxic. Come on, Gearbox. Come on. Ancient Vampire. Volatile Twin Soul. Yes, please. Pistol crit damage apply to dots applied by pistols? No. No, it does not. Another thing about dots, at least gun dots, they don't care if the original shot crit or not. Like, that doesn't change the damage, but the dots can crit independently, so that's nice. Hey Dano, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing great. How are you? That's a good joint training. Status effect damage, all damage, poison, Graveborn. I can do stuff with that. I need to stop hoarding. Why do I do this? Why am I like this? So Carouser is really good. And this is just me using it for its, you know, gun hit hard functions. Carouser also modifies enemy aggro, so it can be an indirect survivability tool. Trickster's Ice Spike, but it's blue. Hey, side effect. I've been doing a Graveclaw gun build with Reaper of Bones. Just wondering on your thought of it. Main problem is getting one shot and wasting the action skill most of the time. Either way, just good damage. Good taste. I like Reaper of Bones a lot as an action skill. Graveclaw with Reaper. So the thing with that is, that's going to be pretty gear dependent. It's going to be pretty gear dependent. Something you could try is, if you can get, let's see, one of these fortifying sigils with like 2 or 3 cooldown parts. Between that, your hero points, and the Graveborn cooldown kill skill, you might be able to get this down to a point where you can have full uptime. And this heal would help fight your Reaper of Bones drain. You would be getting the healing from Sanguine Sacrament as well every time you cast it. And you'd be getting the bubble protecting you, which could give you more access to your Reaper of Bones. You could try maxing out cooldown running one of these. It also gives you damage for having it down. The thing with Clawbringer Graveborn is it's one of those multi-class combos that your formula access in some areas is limited. For example, neither one of those skill trees give a significant amount of gun damage. Clawbringer gets the 10% from Firebolt, and that's it. But your choice of action skill gives you a very nice bonus element. Clawbringer has good elemental damage. You have the Oath of Fire bonus element. Depending on how far you are down in Clawbringer, you may or may not have Awe, which is very good formula placement. And between Reaper of Bones and Sanguine Sacrament, you have very good survivability. I like the build concept. I'm thinking out loud as I answer you, but I like your build concept, side effect, and I think it can absolutely work. I like it. Kind of tempted to try Vampire Melee and Reaper of Bones. It sounds fun. Sounds fun. Yeah, let's try the dot build. I put away the envy, right? I did. Just thinking about what I want to do next. Rebuke could be fun in that setup if Rebuke wasn't bad. True. Yeah, Rebuke is just such low value. It's just like, the damage is terrible, and then the amount of damage reduction you get per point is awful. And it goes into the pool of skills Butt Stallion will boost, so you'll get that instead of good skills. Rebuke is just not a good skill. Oh shit, I'm at 70 out of 70. What can I draw or sell? Don't need that. Seems like I want Claw to be tanky through damage reduction, doesn't get enough. The amount of damage reduction you'd have to give a character for it to matter is more than we've gotten on every character combined, damage reduction-wise. For example, Amara's Green Tree had a damage reduction skill that beyond 1 point you didn't notice. Moe's had damage reduction in her skill trees, but that damage reduction was placed on skills that did other things of value, such as giving gun damage. And it's important to note there's different kinds of damage reduction that calculate in different ways. There's true damage reduction, which takes the final value of damage you'd receive and slashes it by an amount. But then there's the more conventional damage reduction that goes through a formula a different way, suffice it to say. And most sources are the latter, which make them not very impactful. Now, Storm Breath on Clawbringer is 1 skill point for 12%, which is value. Because Storm Breath is also a good attack, so it's of that category where it's doing multiple things for you. But Rebuke just isn't. Body spray? Body spray with Vampire Melee? Yeah, that sounds cool. Class mod used for the sniper build. The one I was just playing, I was using corrupted plate mail. Basically, if you're using a cryo or shock gun, I would say use a Cape of Tides. If you're using any other element, corrupted plate mail. Basically, the advantage of corrupted plate mail is the chunk of your damage it shaves off can also trigger most on-hit effects, such as your ricochets. And in From the Shadows, getting those ricochets also means more play the angles as well, so it just is really good mob clear.
Enter if you dare.
How does one make Rebuke worthwhile? You don't. I once had 16 out of 5 in Rebuke and didn't notice. You don't. Rebuke serves the purpose of getting Wrath of Nature in a Spore Claw multiclass when you don't get play the angles. But doing that, Cranberry, is depending on taking damage in a multiclass combo that has no sustain. Cyclops are a little spread out here. I should use the White Rider for this room. I should also maybe switch from the Demi-Lich enchant I'm using right now to... Hang on, what's that on? To the Vibing enchant, the full health one. Probably more overall damage. It's definitely more overall damage. Do I have any conditional boosts? No. No, I don't. That's definitely more damage. Alright, I know what I'm rerolling next. I need an inventory slot. I don't need a times 5 Nightshade. This armor could go on the Giga Chad Zerker. The idea with the builds have many companions up for Faithful Thralls, having a spell that summons Hydras. I've been too stuck in thinking of swapping it out with a lower CDR spell. You could always get more companions by using things like the Snake Stick melee, that can get you 3. You can, of course, throw Furiors, whether they're Hydras or other things. You got some options there. You don't need to use your spell. That's a lot of dots. That is a lot of dots. This thing is pretty good at spreading dots. I still think the White Rider is better, but this is a gun that works for it. Okay. Why do more people not talk about the Fragment Rain aside from me, that is? Because a lot of people don't, like, pay attention to what a gun does beyond is gun. So they'll shoot it at one enemy on whatever build they happen to be playing at the time, and if it doesn't completely delete them off the face of the earth, they'll say gun bad. Without investigating at all. That's amazing. Out of Ash, still start one, Sigil, everything just freezes. Ooh, it has good cryo efficiency. See, I didn't know that. The Fragment Rain has ricochets that are stronger than the original hit. So basically, you shoot strong enemy to kill every weak enemy in the room. You can even do things like shoot the pineapple barrels, the constantly exploding ones that refresh after a bit. You can just shoot one of those and it'll clear the map. Because Fragment Rain ricochets also go through walls. Fragment Rain is also the only legendary Furior that can spawn with a Hydra module. So you can even be chucking Hydras while doing all this stuff. They're comparing it to Pixies and Gluten. Yeah, fuck Gluten. All my homies hate Gluten. I think I still prefer White Rider here. But the fact that Envy is usable on this spec is good info to have. White Rider is just very consistent. Hydras get area damage? That's neat. That makes sense. If they're projectiles, yeah, that makes sense. Under Bereaved Respect, you prefer Dark Pact to boost Reaper damage or Blast Gas? As a min-maxer, Dark Pact is probably doing more, considering I'm not using my spell to kill things. But, since I use an Arcane Bolt with an extra projectile, that's 4 potential Blast Gas per cast, and I'm casting often. And that Blast Gas gets the Reaper bonus element, along with, you know, if you have Body Rune, that bonus element too. So it could be more total healing, because you're getting new instances, dark magic damage. Could be more healing to have Blast Gas. I would need to do the calculations on that, and dark magic healing is very weird math. So I'm not sure, but currently I go Blast Gas. And of course, if you are already heavy on dark magic bonuses in your spec, like if you have a dark magic amulet, Dark Pact gets less valuable. Yeah, I don't think you can beat White Rider for dot build like this. Something I do want to try. I was messing around with this on one of my builds. There's a spell enchant that makes it so when you get a spell kill, you have a chance to shoot an extra projectile from your gun for a while. That, with certain weapons, is quite noticeable. I was briefly messing around with it on Crossblade, and it's kind of cool to see 2 Crossblade projectiles per shot. I think it could be good on White Rider as well. Maybe do a split of points, like 3 out of 5 Blast Gas. You could, yeah. Is Spore or Berserker better for Stabomancer? It depends on what you're doing. I like the combination of Spore Stabo for gun builds, Krook, because you get Play the Angles, and because Play the Angles has a chance to trigger on crits. If you use From the Shadows to make every gun hit crit, you're getting much more consistent Play the Angles. And then, because you're in From the Shadows, that Play the Angles itself is also going to crit. So your mobbing with Stabo Spore gun builds is going to be faster than your mobbing with Stabo Berserker gun builds. But in terms of single target, Stabo Berserker has a much better available formula. It's also a little more suited to the melee stuff, if you're into that. So it really depends on precisely what you're doing. Gold flashing enemies, the only way is to melee, correct? Depends on the loot enemy, Platinum Meal. Some mimics allow you to just shoot them anyway. Opulent Wyverns still take damage from other things, but most of the loot enemies, they just will not take damage from anything that is in melee. It's very annoying. I don't like it. 5 out of 5, Bounty the Hunter, Affinity. Affinity is the ability damage one, right? That. Bounty the Hunt is the cooldown one. On mine, I go 4 Bounty of the Hunt, 5 Affinity. Ability damage is harder to acquire than cooldown is, so I prioritize the ability damage. Stupid of me. But more like slag. What do you mean? That's toxic. Rude. Wag more like slag. See, there you go. There you go. Let's hope for good Contagion RNG on Nightmare. I like seeing the fast Nightmare cycle. Luag. Been using Rainbolt for my dot build recently, pretty consistent dot application at range. Yeah, I just don't like the time delay on it. Like, it's repeating, so it's locking down your hand for a while. And if you don't do the full cast, you're getting low value out of the spell. I'm in my villain arc. Understandable. Just my personal preference. Rainbolt's good, I just don't like it. See, there's a fine line there. There can be things that are good, you just don't personally like them. That's kind of how Rainbolt is for me. Fair, but rainbows are pretty. We did not get good RNG, by the way. It's kind of sad. Tested inflammation. Yeah, inflammation applying dots is pretty good. Inflammation would be good here, it's just I've grown to really enjoy the singularity from this eruption. Demotivated to play this game at the moment, unfortunately. It's healthier to take a break when you're not enjoying something. Stops you from burning out and, you know, hating the thing. A blank slate. How does Split the Angles work with White Rider? It doesn't. Does not. Like, you've tried mobbing Obelisk in particular with Dire Sacrifice in this build. It's guaranteed Dark Dot. It would be pretty damn good. The thing with that scroll is, yes, but it's slow. Dire Sacrifice is slow application. And while I'm doing it, I'm not doing anything else. It's also bad for bossing. And just shooting a White Rider is more than enough for mobbing already. Like, Dire Sacrifice is... You can absolutely build it to be good in mobbing, and I quite enjoy it. It's very epic. but like, there's lots of things good at mobbing. I think Dire Sacrifice is something that would benefit from some love in the buff department. Nerf the sun, please. It's too powerful. Sure, Rabbit. Nerf it just for you. Just for you. How you doing today, Sybil? I agree with Rabbit. So I live in the hottest room in this house, and it's been about mid-60s Fahrenheit lately. Right now it's a little bit cooler because I think it's about to rain, but it's been absolutely miserable. Like, truly just awful. Because it's about 10 degrees hotter in here. This week's supposed to get in the high 80s. Pain. I'm quite right?
Am I crazy? Or is it really impressive that I killed this thing?
Cyclops room 1, such a troll. Literally as soon as you said it might rain, heard thunder outside, Quag Wizard confirmed. I'm just built different. Any room you're in the hottest room? Oh. 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 You guys. How you doing, Stone Swan? Oh, that went a little farther than I intended. Spell using Tiebreaker at the moment. Did you mean for the other build though, Crook? For the gun build? Where'd you go? Gun build? I'm just using a Spectral Talent spell because it reminds me of playing Flak. You can really use any spell you like there. You know, if you're absolutely min-maxing the shit out of it, Buffmeister is probably the play. But I don't find that interesting, so I don't run it. Fortifying Sigils do very well there. You don't have much healing on the spec, so that helps with that. Also, gives more damage. If you're using cryo or shock guns and don't have or don't want to use a Cape of Tides, you can use a Tiebreaker. Developed a bad habit of walking to a room and saying some dumb shit.
Alright, I will. Carry on!
Always pays to take a few seconds before anything you say. At least to weigh if there's gonna be consequences, you know? Gonna nerd about the Fragment Rain again, because I love it so much. It's perfect for farming elite obelisk for crystals. Yeah, absolutely. Fragment Rain is one of the better mobbing guns in the game. And if you can find a situation against a boss where you have an ad to shoot to hit the boss, then it does well there too. For example, I know Lazy's mentioned a couple times using it against the harpoons that drill places.
Quickly now! To cast. What a kill! I'm so proud.
Getting to the point of the year I might actually end up sleeping outside in a tent so I'm not sweating. I feel ya. It's starting to warm up right now, actually. Like I just noticed. Not my favorite thing. Prefer heat, but I get why people don't like it. I prefer heat to cold as well. If I had to pick. Obviously I want something in the middle, but if I had to pick, I prefer heat. Reaper's bonus LA is affected by ability damage against great power. Am I right on that? Correct. Correct. The issue with heat and cold, I prefer cold since I always just add more layers to stay warm. So people always say that, Rabbit, and that's people outing themselves for not having lived in an area where you get like life-threateningly cold temperatures and you don't have the money to keep the heat on.
No, when to ignore.
Yeah, that's been me. So like, yeah, just put on more layers. Yeah, wearing 3 layers and having every living thing in your house in one bed so you don't die overnight. Yeah, fuck that. Give me heat.
Time for a spell.
Heat can be life-threatening too. It can be. I wanted to try a Ragnarok on this build, I guess. I suppose. That'll be next run. Heaven. The cat is being a cat. Cat. Okay, good talk. Does boil down to experiences. Yeah, nice. You've had with each temperature. Worth noting, most UK houses don't have air conditioning, so we turn on hate the heat more. That does make sense. Wow, this guy comboed me. He actually just shot punched me. Fucking Halo 3 AR in his hands right there if he didn't catch it.
Quickly now. Oh, this is party now.
Yeah, that's a good way of dodging that. How's it designed to keep it heat in? Let's do Ragnarok in the next run. It's a fire Ragnarok, so I guess I don't do soaked anymore. Powering sigil? Now that I lose that. Just Chunk Nightmare with Cataton, but I don't know why. Ricochet shenanigans. Could be. What's your multi-class combo? Also, obligatory gun good. Left a volatile garage on the ground. Who are you? What are you doing, Father? I have 2 primordials, Viper. We used a primordial earlier, and like, it slaps. Shermaleko Burr. The first primordial I got was low roll. The newer one is better. Volatile Dreadlord's finest. Yeah, you know what? I should buy that. I've not given this gun the use on quest reward setup treatment yet. I'm good. Spore Capstone, yeah. That would have been a Black Powder Ricochet into a Play the Angles into a Play the Angles is likely. That regularly one-shots bosses. What do I want in this Ragnarok? I guess Consec. If I can get it. Keep rolling.
Enter if you dare.
Not expecting the damage. Yeah, because double play the angles is a triple dip of your formula. So it's just getting a lot of bonuses, a lot of times. This health bug? No. White Rider's just cracked. And the hitboxes on these things are interesting. I'm making this face because I've been led to believe the Ragnarok was better than this. Swords grab, like, it's actually just bad. Morning, Evernoob. How you doing today? Eyes are the worst. Yeah, this room 1 is such a troll. What's the max spell cooldown bonus from Dex on a village idiot and got the numbered hand? From intelligence, you mean? It's 1% per point, so another 18 on here. 28, Viper? Yeah, I have all collectibles. 28. Really didn't want to make this thing White Elephant v2. I contend that they did. Because White Elephant had this thing where it was monstrously overrated. Like, I'm getting a lot of blast chills with this for no damage. I could put on a plate mail and get even more blast chills for even less damage. Let's do that. That sounds fun. Where's my plate mail? That's a plate mail. It's not my plate mail. This plate mail. Supreme toxicity. This 25 for Mess and Strain gives me 50-ish spell cooldown. I may help use more than just Arcane Bolts. There's also, there's a gun enchantment for spell cooldown, if you're into that. 5 seconds, AS, actually still start. 50% spell cooldown and an extra spell projectile. So, like, this is better. The extra plate mail means I'm getting a... Like, the extra plate mail instances make this feel a lot less shit, but it's still not good. Very cool seeing all the numbers going through it, though. Oh, let's do it without holding a live wire and be disappointed. Yeah, that's about right. ASS for 5 seconds on a Reaper setup? Yeah. Fair point. Yeah, Ragnarok kinda... It's like the con I was able to make it kill things. Kind of. But I don't really recommend this weapon. There's ways to squeeze value out of it. I'm sure brute forcing instances with plate mail like this is a big piece. Probably presents a good case for 2 out of 1 blast chill. Because if you're getting this many blast chills, then directly boosting blast chill becomes more important. Unironically, give the Ragnarok the torque buff. Yeah. The hell killed them? Oh, it was the barrel. I was like, that was a big spike. That was the barrel. Like, it's not horrible, it's just I would rather use anything else. I guess that, by definition, makes it bad, huh? Bleh. What else can I use here? Yeah, let's just compare to a Banshee. Swap nothing else out. Barrels are my nemesis in all Borderlands games. True. Barrels are... Why can't we get the healing barrels in Chaos Chamber? Like, healing barrels was the first time I was like, maybe you're alright. And, nope. Heal into barrels. Just love the sound healing barrels make they blow up so satisfying. Yeah. How's that not hit you? Terrain? Hello? And then if we switch back to the Squall one... A Cryo Banshee. No Vampire. Livewire does a ton of work. Livewire does more in your melee build than your melee weapon does. Sorry I'm late. How you doing? Doing well, Fleece. How are you? Nothing to be sorry about. Showing up to stream is not an obligation. I'm just happy to see you guys when I can. No? It's good to see you. Any amount of time you have to spare. Losing contact doing that much to my damage? Hang on. Time out. Yes, it is. Neat.
What's got a tree?
Been up to today? Farming for sniper rifles primarily. We've been trying out various weapons and doing some melee stuff to break up the grind a little bit right now. But mostly just weapon testing and gear farming. Concluded that the Carouser is amazing, which is something we already knew, but like Carouser slaps ridiculously hard. Envy's okay. I enjoy the Envy. It's not as good as, say, the Carouser, Sawmill, or Great Bow. But it's fun. And it's viable. The con is just terrible. Please do something, anything to that gun.
That was mine. Don't touch that loot.
Any good snipers? We got a primordial, or not a primordial, a volatile cryo con that we used for a bit, and it was like, alright, you can kill things, you won't kill things, but you can kill things. Using Bad Egg with my melee setup, which unfortunately means passing on vampire health, so body rune is a play again, I suppose. Yeah. Yeah. Bad Egg is great formula. It's unfortunate that it's mutually exclusive with vampire, but I guess that does promote more schools of thought to melee crafting, melee build crafting. So I think that's a good thing. Why farming snipers? They're bad. Found a build where I melee every now and again to get back my action, so you think blast shell's worth taking? No. If you're not meleeing, like, with any degree of consistency, no.
Oh, stop, friend. Come closer so I can congratulate you properly.
Hey, Dead Nasty, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. I really appreciate that, thank you. Generosity goes a long way. Thank you for spreading the love. I take 1 point in Blast Shell, my spells are purely for Bark. It's 1 point, you know? Yeah, that's fair. I'm just an Iron Squall addict, unapologetically. Thank you so much, Dead Nasty. I appreciate it. Football as well, much love for all your awesomeness. All's great. I'm low energy, so granola bar. But other than that, having a great time. Just enjoying the groove of rotating through builds in this game. While I go for what I need in the chamber. The best buff when Soul Scoop receives the removal of Rampage Help. Trying to think of ways that Rampage could be more useful. And I almost opened my mouth to say one of them, but I immediately was like, hang on, that would do this. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. The idea was, what if it gave crit chance to everything until your next melee crit? But what that would cause is people would just, like, melee a bunch, stack up a bunch of crit chance, and then never melee again. Which could be a playstyle, but there's some things that don't need more crit consistency, you know? And if they didn't like all, they wouldn't like that. Welcome back, Briz. Hey Kirk, finally beat Gloop yesterday? Let's go, let's go. What setup did you use? Well, melee enchants are useful and aren't straight more melee damage. So the Consec hit melee enchant and the melee after Pharaoh Surge enchant, that's not normal melee damage. It's a separate category. And then from there, it's pretty much just filling in your formula with things you don't already have a lot of. So, for example, if you're Claw Burr, then you don't have any global damage, so all damage enchants help a lot. If you're Stabo Burr, then you won't have much elemental damage outside of Frost, so elemental enchants help. Sword Explosion, hey, Sword Explosion's a boss melting gun. Using it for its intended purpose.
I believe
works
there's a
well.
cabin near you.
Hey, Lagoon. Kitty? Yeah, he's a good boy. One day the armor bunnies will stop eating all my crystals. Today's not that day. One day I'm gonna get a good fire sawmill. Eventually. Maybe. Copium. Have Sword Explosion high recommended. Yeah, Sword Explosion's just kind of like peak, hey, I want to shoot gun at a thing until it dies. Sword Explosion's peak for that. Torgue Stickies were already some of the fastest bossing options in the game, and Sword Explosion buff really came along and made it better than all the other Torgue Stickies, even after the whole manufacturer got buffed. It's crazy. Haven't tried Carouser versus Gloop. I want to try that. At least the Armor Bunny will get you consistent money from vendors, unlike Rings and Amulets. That's true. Rings and Amulets don't sell for much. Never thought about that. I thought for sure it was going to hit that fence for a second. Just realized they kept the half price SUs, or is that just new set price? It's a 2-week event, Lagoon. From the beginning, it was listed as a 2-week event. I think we just are so used to them being 1 week, we assumed it was 1 week, but nah, it's a 2-week event. So it's going until the 19th. am I wearing? Plate mail, okay. Helps the ricochets. Carouser only gets its Stellar Crossbolt stuck bonus against bosses because everything else dies before you can stack it up. Yeah, bad gun, right, Cranberry? Like, this is literally the strongest traditional sniper they've made in the last 10 years. I don't understand the arguments for it being bad. I don't get it. 1 ammo per shot, absolutely slays everything, has a unique effect on top of that. No, we'll do Bunny too, fuck it. Absolute best Carouser, bad because soaked, but just don't use soaked. Yeah. Even with soaked though, Viper, even half damage Carouser is like okay. Like half of 198k is still a good gun. Cars are bad because Quag aim. No, it's great because Quag aim. Because listen. I hit an enemy once, and then their friends start fighting them. That gives me time to miss all these shots. It's genius. I'm a Carouser enjoyer, based and true. How you doing, Braun? Hit enemy once, good joke. Sir? Why are you going for the jugular like that? Hope they keep the side quest vendor rates from the event. For how many can be in the pool, I think it's more than reasonable. I agree with that comment. I agree with that for sure. I do still want another more consistent way to get quest rewards, though. I think that'd be a great way to upgrade the wheel in the DLC. Just add blue quest rewards to its pool. Hell, make it only blue quest rewards and legendaries. And people would enjoy it. Give you a reason to farm the DLC. How's a fast room? Hello? Boss drops the plate mail, Dragon Lord. That is one of the very few dedicated drops I know off the top of my head. What quest is the headcanon? Armageddon Distracted in Asugal Necropolis. It's the blue hat guy one. Slow kill, yeah, for Dragon Lord, yeah. Unfortunate. That's why, as usual, bunnies. You get more gameplay, and you get more opportunity to gear up for more builds at once. If you want specifically a plate mail, the Dragon Lord, as annoying as that is still the best place, but you have chance of getting other stuff too from just doing the bunnies. Which is the trade-off. You'll see a lot of suggestions that dedicated farming is pointless because bunnies, well, dedicated farming has better rates than bunnies do, so.
I don't do warning shots.
Fur bunnies are dedicated for armor. Gotta get some great purples there. Yeah, you get good purples. You just have good chances at good armor in general. Target farming a category of items is such a high quality thing. Like a really nice implementation. Even if I get hundreds of armors and bunnies, I won't get the one I want. When we start talking about a good one. That's a part variance issue. Yeah. Which is why going to the source is still, if you want one specific armor, your odds are still better doing that. But your chances of getting something are better from the bunny, because you get something for any of your other builds as well. Bunny is the best loot mechanic Gearbox ever done. I don't think it's close. It's absolutely not close. Bunnies are great. GG Nightmare. At the moment I want 3 plate mails, so yeah, you're looking at Dragon Lord. You're looking at Dragon Lord. Trade someone? That's an option, but some people like acquiring their own loot, and there's a lot of manufactured gear distributed out there. Plenty of people willing to drop anything you want. That's true, but there's also plenty of people distributing things that are not legit rolls. So, if you trust the person trading you, sure. I remember when BL3 came out, the trading community on PlayStation, I was a PlayStation 4 player at the time, was very, very helpful in acquiring stuff. So I can vouch. Along with my theme today, you know what else gets area damage? Hit me. What else does? That's why we love Borderlands. What's why we love Borderlands? Wabba-ba-lo-bop. I'm gonna call you Wah. Blizzard does it. Huh, neat. I was under the impression it doesn't. But that's cool. That helps a little bit. Didn't mean to take that hit. Recoverable. What was that echo? What? What was that echo? One game where nobody cares about mods because it's fun as hell. I think you're projecting a little bit. I do not like using illegitimate gear. I do not like using things that were created that are not possible roles that can happen in the game. So, I wouldn't say that your assertion of nobody is accurate. Actually, no, I'll stick with the Krauser. Yeah, Kevin, you are a cat. So male about the plate. It's just so hunky, you know? Krauser, why are you so cracked? Good job, Krauser. Could be wrong for sure. Mediocre testing saw high numbers. I don't trust myself. It's one of those things that's good to put the idea of out there. Put it in Curse Testing channel if you haven't. Blizzard formula testing request, and we can go around to that. Your rare breed since Borderlands 1. Mods been around in a game like this. They're fun most of the time. I agree, one-shotting anything isn't fun, but like, okay, Norfleet's unlimited ammo, stuff like that, very, very fun. See, I think that's more of a personal thing, Watt, because for some people, it is about the power fantasy. You're right, there is a group of players, a very loud group of players, who they just want to blow shit up and they don't care how they do it. They don't care whether it's something the game intends, etc., etc. Those people exist, you're absolutely right. But the nature of that kind of thing is kind of like if you play GTA with cheat codes on. It's really fun for 10 minutes, and then in the long term, you're like, what next? You know? I'm of the kind that I prefer working within the bounds of what can be achieved without messing with your game, to show people what's possible. That's a large part of my content. I like showing people what you can do without needing that stuff, if that makes sense. Getting real close to my Frostweiler, doing some nutty stuff, won't one-shot anything, turns over ripped ice. That is very fun. I like freeze builds. But you are correct about the presence of edited items and such being around since the first game, which is, it made it kind of funny when people were treating crossplay as if it was a bad thing. They're like, oh, there's gonna be all these illegitimate items spread around. Like, it's been a thing. That's been a thing for 13 years already. I'll head out. Take it easy, Viper. You have a good one. And Derpy, thank you so much for the Prime. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy all the perks. The ad-free viewing, the emotes, the spicy sub badge, and the faster channel point acquisition. Thank you so much for supporting me with your monthly Prime. Like mods that I don't like mods that break the game, just ones that add a bit of screen fun to look at. Some mods I've enjoyed for Borderlands games in the past. I used a lot of difficulty increase mods in Borderlands 3. So like more enemy spawns, which definitely makes the screen more fun to look at. Now higher HP on the enemies. Changing like a circle of slaughter so that every enemy is a boss from somewhere else in the game. That kind of stuff. I really enjoy that. So I think it's great that the modding possibilities exist. There's just only certain ones that I enjoy personally.
She's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Do I need more shot great bows? At this point, I don't think I need more. What do I use it for? Maker? Nah, I don't want a primordial anyway. Mob Density mod, best ideas ever? Yeah. Mod is the only thing that makes BL2 playable to me anymore. They just released a pretty big TPS mod today, right? That was a thing I saw on my timeline briefly today. Alright, used great bow time. Frost. Body rune or amp? Body rune.
Enter if you dare.
I love featured runs. Every once in a while, I'll become aware that I've been running the same run for a while, but I'm the same guy who got about 2,000 hours out of the Guardian takedown, so like, I'm good with it. Exodus, that's what it was. Yeah. Yeah, let's do this run. I want to see how much damage I can do to Gloop. Without really optimizing the setup for the Gloop kill. I think better sniper rings get me too close to that one shot. I know I can do it in 4 right now. 1's definitely possible. And I want to see how fast I can do this featured with this build. Hey Crook, are you still here by any chance? Crook does some featured speedrunning. You are? Cool. Do you take blessings in your in like your 429? I'm just curious, so I know like if I should start taking them or if I should just judge based on not having that. Like, was it any percent, sort of like anything you can do, or is it just purist? I have no preference. I'm just curious as to what your methodology is. Why? Oh, I just want to know if I should take blessings or not. No, not at all, unless I was forced for curse. Okay. Yeah, I hadn't planned on taking them, but, like, I'm not against it or anything. Just curiosity. Oh, crystals and weapons as much as possible. There's one force curse, first counter. Right. Every run you get one force curse. So it's a very organic time. Purely on build merit. I like it. How much time do you think it would save to like min-max the rooms in terms of, hey, which altars can I grab, which butt stallion rooms, etc., etc.? Like, do you think that saves enough to go sub 4? Just purely out of curiosity. It's like how we had time trials rules for takedowns and stuff, right, in BO3? But then, occasionally, I also just ran GTD with skips just to see how fast it could be. Same thought process here.
Strike them down.
Ability level +2. Nice.
Can't wait to throw some spills.
You're playing some TPS, Pico? Nice. Oh, something that people forgot about TPS, I guess because of how Borderlands 3 Cryo worked. So, TPS Cryo also had the dot. Like, very minor thing, but TPS Cryo had the dot too. So, it had the explosive thing, the crit thing, the dot thing. TPS Cryo was crazy. Borderlands 3 reined it in a lot, and then Wonderlands is just like in between the two. Alter boosts don't do that much in my opinion, but they can maybe save like 10 seconds if you get spell damage. There's movement speed once. Was the big thing. When you take altars, you have downtime because altars are bugged at the moment. Bugged in what way? Like, there's one for movement and reload speed, which was my main thought. But, what's wrong with them? Take an altar, all spell charges go down to 1. Oh, that's... I guess that's a, build-specific thing. Like, for this build, that doesn't affect anything. But yeah, I understand. For something like an Ice Spike build, that's problematic. You think farming vendors is worthwhile? Depends on what you're going for, Ghost. Depends on what you're going for. If you're first starting, like, gearing up for, say, a Chaos Climb or something, getting a good item from a vendor can really get your foot in the door. Additionally, some things are worth keeping an eye out for from vendors, like certain parts on spells. Non-uniques do not have drop sources, so you have as good a chance of getting that ideal Ice Spike from a vendor as you do anywhere else. High-value quest rewards of quests you've done show up there too. If nothing else, it's always worth checking. You don't need to, like, go out of your way save quit farming vendors unless you're looking for a quest reward, but it's always worth checking them as you run by them, at the very least. Moon doesn't help that much, because you want to do something like green symbol, because then most of my encounters at the spot where the portals are. Oh, it's you position and then you just let the spikes and the pixies, so you're already ready to go. Right, okay. That makes sense. Unique Citadel vendors are only from quests I've done. There can also be legendaries, but in terms of the blue and purple uniques, it'll only be quests you've done. Tricksters really help with that. Yeah, Trickster Ice Spikes are such good clear. It's crazy. Ah, I ran into a wall. Entirely my fault. Yeah, so this attack, that one that people have trouble dodging, the random projectiles one, if Nightmare is up top, you just get close to the nearest wall. Like, get close to the wall that Nightmare's doing it on, and it can't hit you. When it's on the ground, if you're able to move around, just outstrafe it. If it's doing it to you while you're, like, crouched down here, Sigil. Or tank it with healing. Know your girl been looking for that volatile primordial Hegwaiter. Vending machine farming hurts the soul. Yeah, Wisp. Hopefully they give an alternative way of going after them. Anyone calculated the max theoretical loot luck? It's like high 60k range, Ghost. It's like 68k or something. I don't remember the exact number, but yes. It's not a noticeable percent rate increase. The value you get from loot luck starts kind of diminishing after around 15,000. It still goes up, but it's less than the difference between 0 and 15,000, right? So basically, as long as you're like 20k or better, you're gonna be mostly within the same rates and small sample sizes. Now this adds up over time. Let's say you did 5,000 kills at 20,000 loot luck and then 5,000 kills at 40,000 loot luck. You're gonna notice a lot more drops with the 40,000. So it's not noticeable on a, you know, small scale gameplay level. But over a large period of time, yes, it is. Theory, you do enough damage against Dragon Lord, you can skip Bernadette. Reason I just skip half of Bernadette. Huh. So, Son of a Witch, Celissa, you can skip both of their second phases. Dragon Lord, you can skip Bernadette within his second phase. No, I always take a hit at the last second. Damn it. So, with all my enchants up and my amp and stuff, I've gotten that down to 4 shots with the used, with this setup. Tweaking the setup will allow me to get that in even fewer shots. So, yeah, 1 shot with the used grape I was coming. 'Tis on the horizon. You tell Dragon Lord he's a big fat loser baby, he actually skips all of his phases. Well, that's just mean. I wouldn't want to fight you either. I'll have 429 so you can check it out for routing and stuff. Cool, thank you. That'd be very cool. I'm excited for when the game kind of settles in a little more and hopefully they rein in some of the more ridiculous balance things so that speedrunning at peak won't just be, you know, the setup you're running. You know, for BL3 time trials we had for a while a lot of things competitive. Eventually Lucky 7 Anarchy kind of pushed almost everything else out, but I'd like that to be delayed a bit. Chat, it is hot. like being hot. An action skull MR arrived. Yeah, yeah. There are things that can that compete with things at the highest level, for sure. I was hanging in there with Pet Zane for a long time. I eventually just stopped pushing. I probably could have taken a couple of those records back, but by that time, I was already playing Wonderlands. It'd be cool to get some BL3 time trials going again. On a bigger scale. But Wonderlands time trials, the concept currently has my attention a bit more. Hey, that's a fire sawmill. I never get those. Feels good, man. I need a better White Rider for this save, too. This isn't a ×2. Just thought of that. Maybe I should start rolling SMG Bunny. Okay, let's do one more, and I'll try to go somewhat fast. Not like speedrun fast, but won't dick around too much. I should really use a different spell if I'm playing seriously like this. Arcane Bolt here would be smarter. Nah. Whatever. Leave it on the ground. It's ×3, and only chaotic. I forgot to switch my action skill. Thank you, Play the Angles, for picking up the slack there. Good Play the Angles RNG is assisting right now. At the wrong action skill. Disclaimer, this is accidental blizzard use. A prank. Enemies? I'll check. Oh, I should stay over there then. I should probably save the Dragon Lord statue for later in the room. Or even progression that way. Triple amps 100%? Yes. That's less fun. Not enough for a cat to sit on lap. Must also control hand trying to type. I have a cat on my foot right now. I think he's down there because it's cooler. Like temperature-wise. Full of questions today, I feel bad. Don't feel bad. Questions are always welcome. You know if the Mind Rune benefits from splash damage? Probably does, but I've not tested. It would be weird if it didn't. That was an attack. Why are you going down there?
I'll give you a good haul.
Idea coming together. Ooh. Thank you for testing.
Thank you for testing Quack Quack.
Thank you for the 500 bits time I got back. I appreciate it. Super Raging Cyclops are awkward if I don't have From the Shadows up, because no crit. No crit.
Thank you for testing Quack
There it is
Quack.
again. Flag aim.
Wings of death! This will be over before you can regret it. Can't sling spells no more.
Don't you burrow there? Stop it. Yeah, this would be where more charges would come in handy. Probably not optimal to wait here, but I'm going to anyway for comfort. Really? Look at that health. That's troll. That's so troll. Bit of a gamble. It's not bad. 842 considering how many mistakes were made and no spawn knowledge. Just kind of casually shooting a great bow. Be back, how's the build going? It's going well. We're just vibing with a great bow. Mage Staff is cool. I build around Mage Staff, I get a Primordial. It can double knot and blast gasp and stuff. Fun tech. Spin immune phase is definitely the most annoying part of the fight. It's rewarding to bypass it with damage, but like if you can't, it's just, I hate that it exists. Immunity spinning is in too many places. Got coffee, be jealous? I ran out of coffee, I am jealous. Sniper Bunny is being a bit stingy today. I already have that covered. Need to melee it more often. Chaotic Con? No, stop it. No, it didn't happen. It didn't happen. It's a myth! Cat, what are you doing? Do you want water?
Well, if it isn't my favorite killer
Volatile, fire damage, stab power, all damage, status, wrath amulet. Cool. Con! Gotta trash talk the item you want. That's true. That works. I can vouch. Alright, so. I got more sniper farming I need to do. You know, the reload from the Shadows enchant is probably sick here, because reload after every shot. Yeah. Alright, let me reroll this Carouser. Try to get that at least, but LOL, character-specific enchant. I'll keep you guys posted on how long it takes to get it on this. This is a good enchant for one-shot reload guns. Yeah, let's burn our moon orbs right now before we go. Wake me up before the orbs go. All status damage rolled. That's +3 status damage, +2. What? I don't. What you're saying doesn't make sense. Oh, so you're saying all the rolls are status damage? Yeah, that's 2 then. Correct. Amulets get 2. Yeah, that would be 2. Equals 34.7. That's 1 roll. That is 1 roll. It's on a Wrath. Frenzied Wrath can roll 1 passive sometimes. Sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. I thought that was, yeah, there's like a couple that can roll 1 sometimes. But as you can see here, this one, 34.7 of volatile, that's 1 roll. You can double that up and get more. I liked the I want a con with Cryer Chaotic or above next run it showed up. Yeah. Ugh. Pain. Suffering. Sadness. Sorrow. Sad Naruto flute music. Anyway, yeah. I'm gonna call it for today. It's hot as balls, and I need to figure out what I'm doing for dinner. So, we might do some that there jackboxing later today in the Discord, if you're into it. Did a little bit of it yesterday, I had a couple people. Hope to see a few more of you today. But if not, no worries. I will be live on Monday. Tomorrow's my day off. Monday we'll continue the playthrough of the only Berserker. It's not really a playthrough at this point, it's the Chaos Climb. But for anyone who hasn't caught it so far, doing a sort of challenge run where The goal is to clear all content on Chaos 35 with a character that is only a Berserker. Doesn't take a multi-class, just Berserker. And Berserker's skill tree has exactly 44 skill points worth of investment available, and you get 44 skill points at level 40. So it's perfect. It's fun. It's cool stuff. That'll be Monday. But thank you guys for all hanging out. I appreciate you. Let's find somewhere to go. All the raids were amazing. The subs, the gift subs, the bits, follows, new friends to chat with. Karuk, your insight on the speedrun stuff, that's appreciated. See, Stacy's on, but I keep her on too late sometimes. Tweety's on. Dame's playing Peglin. Don't know what that is. Lazy's doing some non-Livewire melee stuff. We can go over there. Yeah, let's do that. Sunday equals waffles and pancakes? Yeah, that sounds good. Raid message, raid message, raid message. Alright, copy that. Khan! If you're a Star Trek fan, you'll get the reference, but we're referring to the gun. The very, very bad gun. So, snipers don't need a buff, but that one does. Thank you guys again. I appreciate it. It's hot. I can't think. I'm gonna get some water right after we're done here. But I'll see you bright and early, 9 to 9:30-ish a.m. Eastern on Monday. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your day and weekend, and you're all great. Bye.